Good morning and a very warm welcome back to Riga for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is Pro Tour 4 today, the second of a double header of Pro Tour action here in Latvia this weekend. Yesterday, we saw a little bit of history made on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour with Denmark's Jonas Sørensen winning the title on his debut. A remarkable run from the Dane, who before yesterday had never thrown a dart on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, but he went all the way to win the title, add his name to the roll of honour, and he beat some big names on the way. Oscar Lukasiak, the PDC Tour card holder, 6-5 in the quarterfinals. Beat his fellow Dane Jonas Graversen, who had a great run, 6-1 in the semi-finals with a 99 average, and then in the final punished some doubling errors from Kåre Dekker, another PDC Tour card holder, who was 1 out of 16 on the doubles in that final. Jonas 6 out of 11, and he beat the Sheriff, the number one on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour so far this year, 6 legs to 1 to win the title. So who's going to follow today? We've had Kåre Dekker, Yanni Havisto and Jonas Sørensen. They are our first 3 title winners on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. We've got a field of around 55 players in action today. We're going to be kicking things off on the streaming board in the first round. The last 64, the man in your picture at the moment, Denmark's Brian Loken, going up against Estonia's Vilu Titus. That will be the first match we'll be keeping our attention on the streaming board today. All of these matches are available on Dartsconnect. Head on over to tv.dartsconnect.com and you can follow every single match that's being played on the outside boards. I'll do my best to keep you updated on those as well. I'm Alex Moss and delighted to once again be in your company today for the streaming action on the Pro Tour. These 2 players just warming up and we'll be getting underway very shortly. Spot in the last 32 up for grabs. The winner to play one of yesterday's impressive performers, Denmark's Jonas Graversen, who is a seed today after getting through to the semi-finals yesterday. That is who awaits the winner of this one. The players just pulling up and we will get things underway. Following yesterday's Pro Tour 3, we did have the qualifier for the German Darts Grand Prix, which was won by Sweden's Anton Östlund. He beat Valters Meldris 6-4 in the final to book his return to the European Tour in, well, not long to go at all, next weekend out in Munich. I've got another European Tour qualifier coming up later today. That will be available on this YouTube channel as well. We'll have a live stream of those matches. And that is for the qualifier for the European Darts Grand Prix. And then tomorrow, we've got some darts for you on Monday as well. We've got the qualifiers for the Austrian Darts Open. That will also be available on this channel as well. All the matches on Dartsconnect, so you can follow all the action. All these matches are the best of 11 legs, the first to 6, right from the first round through to the final. You'll was a common theme yesterday, players leaving the 170. Vilu Titus, the first player to do that today in the very first leg. He's not going to get close to reeling in the big fish on this occasion, but he's in a decent position here to get a breaker throw in the opening leg. Ryan Loken gets down to a finish. Vilu stays straight to leave a single to double if he gets a chance. This would be a big ask in the opening leg based on the early exchanges. The 140 not going to go. Tidies it up nicely to leave tops, but Vilu Titus, I was going to say, was going to get 2 darts at a double there. It's only going to be 1 at double 16. And that is a missed opportunity for the Estonian to get this first leg against the throw. Brian Loken steps in to take the first leg on throw. You may just be able to see in the background in those seats yesterday's champion, Jonas Sorensen. By virtue of winning that title yesterday on his debut, it has pushed him into the seedings for these PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour events. He is the number 5 seed today. Yesterday, he had no ranking at all. That shows you how quickly things can change. He will play the winner of the first round match that's currently ongoing between another Estonian, Raido Kruisve, and Andreas Toft Jørgensen. Ryan Loken, he's been pretty consistent in his performances so far on the tour this year. 3 Pro Tour events played, 3 last 32s. Pro Tour 1, he lost out to Darius Labanauskas. In Pro Tour 2, went out to Jonas Gravesen. And yesterday's action in Pro Tour 3, lost to the eventual runner-up, called Decker. Brian's turn to have a go at the 170. Vilu Titus, can he clean up the double this time? Double 10. Yes, he can. So hold a throw apiece for both these players. We are locked at 1 leg apiece. So our first look at Vilu Titus on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. Didn't play the first weekend of the season here in Riga last month, and didn't play any of the tour in the last 2 years, in fact. His last appearance on the tour was back in 2023. A good start to this leg from Loken. Back-to-back 140s. Loken in a very strong position to keep the holds of throw going in the early exchanges of this one. It is still very early days in the season, but we'll give a mention to the Nordic and Baltic Order of Merit after 3 events. Kordeka, top of the rankings. He's got an €800 lead on Yanni Havisto. Loken looks for tops for a 116. He's just outside, but he's got the luxury of time on his side with T2's back on 245. Find with the last dart gets him down to a finish. But this leg should be going to Brian Loken, and it does. It's the best leg of the match so far. 16 dart holder throw from Brian Loken. Last year came close to qualifying for the inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship, finished 28th in the rankings, the top 24 qualified, and it was a real late effort from Brian. He missed the first 8 Pro Tour events of the season, but went to the final 4, and it was a match-up with Andreas Toft Jørgensen. From memory, the winner of that one would go on to qualify for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. And it was Andreas who came out on top to book his spot in the field. Once again, that is what a lot of the players will be battling for over these Pro Tour weekends. It's the prize money to get themselves into that top 24, qualify for the end of season finals, which this year not just carry that spot in the PDC World Championship, but also a spot in the Grand Slam of Darts. So an extra carrot dangling for the players on the tour this year. Well, see the frustration on the face of Brian Loken there. Even a 1 treble visit would have got him down to a checkout, but that score of 26 from Vilu has opened the door for Brian here. What he'd give for a 140 would put him right in control. There's 1 treble. And he halves his score, and anguish on the face as well. He's not hiding his emotions. T2's on a bogey number, the 162, which means Loken is going to get a go at this 100 to get the first breaker throw. Perfect first dart, 2 darts at tops. 1 outside and 1 in the single. He's going to get another go because that first dart straying into the treble 1 ends any hope of T2's taking out the 109. Loken wants double 10 to double his lead. Making hard work of it. Can he find a way through? Yes, he can. Back-to-back legs for the Dane. Who gets the first breaker throw in this first round match. Takes a 3-1 lead against Vilu Titus. Give you an update on some of the matches going on the outside boards. We have got 8 boards in operation here in Riga today. So plenty of action to keep an eye on in these early rounds. Andreas Hulgordhus, 4-1 up on Linus Lundroff. Alexander Thorvaldsen has taken a 3-2 lead against Edgar Znutins. The winner of yesterday's Euro Tour qualifier, Anton Östlund, 2 legs apiece with Andreas Nilsson. A few more Estonians in action. Rido Krusve, 3-2 up on Andreas Toft Jørgensen. Olaf Seeger, 3-0 down to Ralphs Lomanis. Another Estonian in action last stream right now. Has got work to do if he's going to get back in this one. Vilu Titus. Some way back in this leg. Straight ton for Loken. Leaves him a finish after 12 darts. Plenty of time to get this fifth leg wrapped up. Extend his lead. Switches to the ball. Not a bad shout there. Means it will be potentially 2 singles to get a shot at a double. Yes, it will be. Tops for Loken. Oh, it's a great finish from Brian Loken. Highest checkout of the match so far is 76. It's 3 legs on the spin. And that was the finish that Jonas Sorensen took out to win yesterday's Pro Tour 3. Kordecker missed the double 18 for the 150 to stay in the match. Sorensen opted for the 2 single 20s and the double 18 to become just the 6th Danish player to win a PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. The first in a few years, actually. First since 2023. That year we saw Benjamin Drew Royce, the former PDC Tour card holder, former pairs partner of mine in the Unicorn Pro-Am launch last year. We had a great run to the final. He did a lot of the heavy lifting in that one, as you can imagine. Yeah, 2023, that was the year that Benjamin won his first title on this tour. Vladimir Anderson picking up his 2nd title as well. Loken here, looking good for another breaker throw. Left 76 after 12 darts. Vilu Titus leaves the 170. He may not get a go at it. Double 8 for Loken. It's clinical from Brian Loken. 76. Finishes there. It gets him a 5-1 lead. Double breaker throw. The best leg of the match, a 14 darter there from Brian Loken, who in the last few minutes looks to be going through the gears, and you can see the averages on your screen there. A 13-point gap in the averages between these 2 players. There has been that gap in quality so far in this match. It was a decent start from T2, who had a dart to break. Brian Loken in the first leg didn't take it on double 16. Managed to hold throw in the second leg, but since then not had any darts at the double. It's been all Brian Loken. He just needs one more leg to set up that all-Danish affair in the last 32 with yesterday's semi-finalist Jonas Graversen. As things stand, Jonas Graversen, he holds the distinction of being the only player to beat Jonas Sorensen on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. He knocked him out in the Euro Tour 4 qualifiers last night, getting revenge for that defeat in the semi-finals. He lost 6-1 to Sorensen in the Pro Tour 3 semi-finals, returned the favour in the Euro Tour qualifiers, beating him 6-1 before losing out to Anton Östlund in the semi-final 6-4. He's had a good weekend so far, Jonas Graversen. He could be about to prepare for a matchup with Brian Loken, who's got 44 for a place in the 2nd round. Just checking where that one is. It looks to be in the 5. It's going for 12 double 16. Having to use another dart. And that leaves him double 10. complete a 6-1 win. It's one match start missed, but Velu Titus not in finishing range here. Needs to find a treble. He can't find one. And this could be it. Double 10 for Loken. Well, it's double 4 now. And there it is. 2 doubles to win the match. Denmark's Brian Loken survived a dart to be broken in the first leg. But after that, it really was one-way traffic from the Dane. He has beaten Estonia's Velu Titus by 6 legs to 1. And he will play Jonas Gravesen in the last 32. We're going to be continuing action from the first round on the live stream coming up next. We are going to continue on this board as well. It will be Yanis Potas against Victor Tingstrom, the PDC tour card holder. And then we are going to move into the second round. The number 1 on the tour, Cord Decker against Jonas Maslin. That's a last 32 match. That will be the next match. So up next, Yanis Potas against Victor Tingstrom. And then we will see the number 1, Cord Decker, in action. Welcome back to Riga Pro Tour 4 in this year's PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We are continuing with first round action here in the last 64. And we get another look at one of the current PDC tour card holders in the field, Victor Tingstrom. going up against Latvia's Yanis Potas. Both players looking to push themselves into the top 24 and the spots for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. They're both currently outside those spots. Yanis in 28th on the live rankings and Victor at number 33. Victor, someone we saw play in that inaugural tournament, the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. You want to get there again. Only played the last 2 weekends of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year, focusing on events like the Development Tour, and his first year playing on the Pro Tour with that tour card. But this year we have seen him playing every tournament so far. Made the last 16 of the first Pro Tour event, but the last 2 events gone out in the last 64. Yanis Potas, he's had a couple of last 32s and a last 64 so far. He's got a chance to break the Tingstrom throw here. Not an ideal first start. Not going to get a shot at a double, but Tingstrom not in finishing range yet. A slow start to this one from the Belkin boy. He's under real threat of being broken in this opening leg. Double 16 for Potas. It's 3 darts missed for Yanis Potas. One of the trickiest shots. That's 2 figures, the 99. You're only going to get 1 dart at a double. Victor Tingstrom not going to get any. Shake of the head from Victor, who's not got going yet. Potas cannot put him away in this first leg. That's 6 darts missed and a double for the Latvian. Tingstrom only needs the 1 dart. It's a 23 dart holder throw for Victor Tingstrom. Yanis Potas, half a dozen darts missed to take that first leg against the throw. Saw Victor on the live stream yesterday. It was a frustrating performance from him, losing out 6-5 to Valters Melderis, another Latvian, and the very last leg we saw Victor had 112 left, hit the treble 20 with a first dart, missed the big 12 to get a shot at the double, and Valters stepped in to hold his throw and come through in that last leg decider. So you want to make up for that disappointment today and have a good run to take into the Pro Tours, which will be continuing tomorrow. PDC Pro Tour will be in Leicester tomorrow and Tuesday. Players Championship 7 and 8. You can see the flights that Yanis Potas is using there, the Madars Razma flights. Adar's one of the most successful players we've seen on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour over the years, winning 10 titles. Latvian Razmataz, he's no longer able to play on this tour, with him being in the top 64 in the PDC World Rankings now. That's the case for a few players. Jeffrey de Graaf as well, who had some success during his brief stint on this tour. Potas again, down to a finish first. Almost busting his score there. Another treble 20 would have put him back on 1-3-2, but just like the first leg. Down to a double first, and it is going to be that double 16 again for Potas. This time he only needs the one dart. We are level at one leg apiece here in this first round game. Few results in the last 64 already. We've got two other Latvians already through to the last 32. Ralf Slomanis, 6-0 winner against Estonia's Olaf Seeger. Edgar Znutins has come through, a 6-5 winner against Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen, coming back from 5-3 down to win that one in a last leg decider. Plenty of matches going on the outside boards. One's just got underway, Marco Cantala and Edwin Torbjörnsson. Just got underway in the first round. Reminder that coming up next on the live stream, we are going to see the current PDC Nordic and Baltic #1, Cord Decker, the #1 seed. Yesterday's beaten finalist in Pro Tour 3. He will be going up against Jonas Masselin in the last 32. Well, this time around it looks like Victor is going to get down to a double first in this leg. All about the setup shot here on the 183. Starting downstairs on the 19s, now looking back up. Back down again. Manages to sneak a treble with the last dart. This is good from Potas, putting the pressure on. 95 left. Yeah, I don't mind that at all, staying there. Fills up the treble. Maximum from Potas. Tingstrom wants double 18. So wild dart there. Raise of the eyebrows. Double 9. Goes inside again. After such a good first dart there from Victor Tingstrom. You'll be wondering what happened with the next two. Potas, double 16 for a break. His turn to go wayward. Still got one more dart at it. Can't find what he's looking for. Tingstrom wants double 4 to hold his throw again. Two more misses for Victor. Can Yanis Potas get that breaker throw? Well, the missed doubles are mounting up for both players. Victor can't find the double two. Yanis Potas finally finds the double eight for the first breaker throw. You've got to say, it's a deserved lead for the Latvian, who missed 6 darts to break in the opening leg. Held his throw comfortably in the second to level. He had to rely on some missed doubles there from Victor. Based on the play so far, Yanis Potas deserving of that break to his name. 2-1 lead. This is the second weekend of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour season, the second weekend that we've been in Riga as well. We were here for the first weekend of the season. The players are going to be venturing elsewhere over the course of 2026. The next weekend of Pro Tour action to jot down in your diary will be Pro Tours 5 and 6. That will be taking place in Finland from April the 24th to the 26th. Then just 3 weeks later, fourth weekend of the season out in Gothenburg in Sweden, the 15th to the 17th of May. Then the final 2 weekends of Pro Tour action, Pro Tours 9 and 10, over the 7th to the 9th of August in Oslo in Norway. Then the last 2 events out in Tallinn in Estonia, final weekend of September, the 26th to the 27th, with all roads leading to Denmark for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. The dates for that, October the 30th to the 1st of November. Top 24 players on the Pro Tour rankings after event 12 will qualify for that event. The winner of that will get a spot at Ali Pali, the World Championship, and for the first time this year, a spot in the Grand Slam as well. Potas here to double his lead. Opts for the 20 for double 18. Two missed darts for Potas. Tingstrom needs to put something out the bag here. Not gonna keep the shot alive after dart 1. See the frustration from the Swede here. He knows he can play a lot better than this. Potas, 3 more missed darts at a double. So let off for Tingstrom, who can get that break back here. Wants double 16. Can't find it. Potas. Double 18 for a 3-1 lead. Goes inside. How costly are those misses going to be? Because Tingstrom gets another go at double 16. Can he find a way through? With a smile there, he does. He's broken back straight away. He's had to rely on 8 missed darts at double 18 for Yanis Potas, who could well be leading this one 4-0. Instead, we are locked at 2 legs apiece. And that's got to be a huge sense of frustration for the Latvian here, who, when the draw came out, he's one of the players that you'd want to avoid, Victor Tingstrom, being a PDC tour card holder, but currently averaging 62. You've caught him on a very off day. You've got to take those chances. You'd imagine that the longer this game goes on, eventually Victor's going to click into gear and find a bit of form. Dribbles visit there from Tingstrom. Potas not far behind. If he can find one treble, get down to a 160. Wants to stay there to leave the 160. He's switching now. Gives up on the chance of leaving a finish. And finds a big treble to give himself the lead in this leg. Tingstrom again. Not doing any real damage. Time for Tingstrom leaves 80. But it's double 12 for Potas. And that is much more like it from the Latvian. Far the best leg of the match so far. An 18 dart breaker throw from Yanis Potas. 104 finish. After all those missed doubles in the opening 4 legs of this match. One dart at it, and he gets it for the ton plus combination. Gets that breaker throw that he needs. Tingstrom looking to keep the run of breaks going here. Few scores to keep you updated on the outside boards. Still in the first round here of Pro Tour 4. Johan Engstrom, the Sweet Ferret, 4-0 up on another Latvian, Yanis Mustafayevs. Aris Labanauskas, an early exit for Lucky D yesterday, who has his PDC Tour card again this year. He's currently leading his fellow Lithuanian, Arūnas Sakalauskas, by 5 legs to 0. Edwin Turbjörnsson currently 3-1 up on Marco Kantler as well. All those matches on the outside boards here in Riga. You can follow them all on Dartsconnect, score by score. It's Tingstrom. Much better leg this one, as he leaves 55 after 12 darts. Big lead in this leg. I said a moment ago, if he can find a bit of form, may well be enough to get him over the line here. It's been a very ropey start from Victor in this one. But it's a 15 dart breaker throw, the best leg of the match so far. And his 4 breaks a throw in a row. Is this the time for Tingstrom to click through the gears, get this match won? We are level at 3-3. be anything to separate the two players in the averages. Just a couple of points between them. The winner of this one will play either Mika Mustinimi or Mio Varela in the last 32. This is in the top section of the draw, which also has the likes of Kordeka, Jonas Maslin, who we're going to see on the live stream next. Jonas Gravesen as well. Semi-finalist yesterday. A few more last 32 matches now locked in. We've got Oskar Lukasiak, the number 4 seed, going up against Ralphs Lomanis. Jonas Sorensen, yesterday's winner. He will start his bid for back-to-back titles here in Riga against Andreas Toft Jørgensen. Yanni Havisto, the Pro Tour 2 champion, the number 2 seed today, he'll start his bid for another title against Edgar Znutins. Andreas Harrison, last year's number 1 on the tour. The number 3 seed today will play Andreas Nielsen. And the number 6 seed, Daniel Larsson, will start his bid for a 9th title of his career against Andreas Horgordhus. Those matches coming up in the last 32. Here in the first round, Tingstrom wants the 104 that we saw Potas take out earlier. Goes a different route. Doesn't get a shot at the double. Can Potas pull out another ton plus finish? Not going to go now after that first start. We could see Victor Tingstrom hold his throw for the first time since the opening leg. 2 darts missed at the outer ring for Tingstrom. Can Potas take advantage? Should get 1 dart at double 16. Goes wayward. Tingstrom now has to use a dart to get down to a double. It is going to be double 1. And his doubles continue to rack up in this match. It's 4 darts missed for Tingstrom to hold his throw. And Yannis Potas has broken again. 3 legs on the spin. But the Latvian has broken Victor Tingstrom's throw. Got his lead again, 4 legs to 3. Now can he hold his throw and move 1 leg away from a place in the last 32? Few scores to update you on the outside boards. Valtters Melderis, the runner-up in yesterday's Euro Tour 4 qualifier. Man who beat Victor Tingstrom in the first round of yesterday's Pro Tour as well. He is 2-0 up on Mikkel Knudsen. Edwin Torbjørnsen, the runner-up in the inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship, 5-1 up now on Marco Cantala. We see Tingstrom firing a 180. Potas replies with a 140. Gets him back in the leg. Another 2 trebles found for Tingstrom. Down to a finish after 9. We've seen him produce some... Well, a leg like this a couple of legs ago to get that break back in 15 darts, but then it just seems to have deserted him. Really has been a perplexing performance so far from Victor in this one. Maybe about to see a sixth consecutive breaker throw. Tingstrom can take out this 80. Another single to leave tops. To level again at 4-all. You see the reaction there from Victor. What do you thought of that dart? Really up against it in this one. Potas not going to get a go at the 1-2-2. We saw Jonas Sorensen take that out on the ball in yesterday's final, which put him 4-1 up on Kordeka. What a big moment that was. Potas is going to get another go to hold his throw. Move one away from a place in the second round. $16 or $8. It will be 16 for the double. That is not too far away at all. It's a dart missed. Tingstrom gets another go at the double 10. Just can't seem to find it today. It's been a day to forget for the Belkin boy. Can Yanis Potas punish him? Find this double 16. One more dart, a double 8. He does get over the line. It's another 8-visit leg for the Latvian, but he won't mind because he's the one that's won it. Back-to-back legs. Let's put Yanis Potas 5-3 up and 1 away from replacing the last 32 and claiming the scalp of the PDC tour card holder, Victor Tingstrom. Is there any way back for the Belkin boy? There's a few more results to bring you on the outside boards. We have seen Edwin Turbjörnsson defeat Marco Cantila 6 legs to 1. Johan Engstrom also through to the last 32. He's beaten Yanis Mustafaevs. He's whitewashed him 6-0. A few Lithuanians moving through to the second round here in Riga as well. Darius Labanauskas, 6-0 winner. And his World Cup partner, Mindaugas Barauskas, has beaten Simon Skilberg 6-3. Potas to win it in style. Not going to take the 140, but just get the big single number. Leave yourself tops. Well, decides to, with Victor Tingstrom not being on a finish, plays it safe. But Tingstrom will be on a finish now. There's a smile there from Victor as he piles in the 180. He's thinking, where's this been for the last 20 minutes or so? Anton Ursuline celebrating in the background as well. He enjoyed that one. But Victor has got to rely on Yanis Potas missing match darts here. And he's missed the big number to start things off. 37 left. Options here. Well, he was going single 5 for double 16. He's hit the treble. So it's a match start at double 11 for Yanis Potas to knock out Victor Tingstrom in the first round here of Pro Tour 4. He doesn't come close there. A match start survives for Victor Tingstrom. The 180 has got him right back in the leg. And the single 5 going for tops has just completely ruined that for Victor Tingstrom. Some nervy moments here at the end of this leg. Yanis Potas wants double 4 to claim the scalp of Victor Tingstrom. Now double 2. 2 more match starts missed for Potas. Tingstrom somehow still in this one. And he pins the double 9. The fist pump in the background from Anton Ersland. Victor Tingstrom has survived 3 match starts. That was on his throat. So Potas is now going to try and serve it out. There were some nervy darts there from the Latvian. .60 left with 7 darts. You'd have thought it would have been 20 for tops. Only ended up having 3 match darts. But a 140 there from Potas. Doesn't want to go to a last leg decider, that's for sure. It would be on the Victor Tingstrom throw. Needs to hold himself together here. It's a loose visit from Potas after the 140. And a bounce out at the wrong time for Tingstrom. The advantage with the Latvian here. Stay straight, no big trebles found. Victor right back in that treble. What he'd give for another 180. And that is exactly what he does. Are we about to see a rescue act here from Victor Tingstrom? Ton from Potas gets him down to a finish, which he will get a go at. This for a place in the second round. There's the treble. Gotta go for 20 this time. And he does, and well, you can see he wasn't too far away from the treble there and busting it. That was his fear in the last leg. The dart dropping and busting his score. But Potas does get another match start at tops. Goes outside. Victor Tingstrom to take us all the way. Another one of those for a dart at the ball. And we are going all the way here in this first round match. An 86 finish on the ball from Victor Tingstrom, who survived 4 match starts in the last 2 legs. 2 maximums in the last 2 legs. And somehow he's got it level. We are going to a last leg shootout. Incredible turnaround from Victor Tingstrom in this one, who looked down and out at 5-3. Managed to claw his way back as Potas almost piles in a maximum of his own. What must he be thinking? Put himself in such a great position. He had his opponent on the ropes. His opponent has managed to get another maximum. 3 180s in the last 3 legs for Victor Tingstrom. He's pulled it out the bag just when he needed it. Had to rely on some luck as well. Potas missing 3 darts to win the match. 6-3. Another dart in the last leg to win it. 6-4. But now could be facing defeat. Tingstrom follows the 180 with a 140. Anton Östlund, he's got his hands up. He's already celebrating. Good friend. Victor turning this match around. Potas has to switch, and he does to leave a finish. But it's 81 here for Victor Tingstrom. 12 for another shot at the ball. There's a match start for Victor Tingstrom. Will he get any more? Or are we going to see one of the biggest finishes of the game? We're not. Yannis Potas. Let's let this game slip away. Now it's down to Victor Tingstrom to complete the comeback on double 16. Now double 8. Two more match starts missed for Tingstrom. He's going to get 3 more if he needs them. Potas leaves himself 80. He may not get a go at it. He doesn't. It's a remarkable comeback from Victor Tingstrom. The PDC tour card holder was up against the ropes for the majority of that game. He was 5-3 down. He survived 3 match starts, then another match start. An 86 finish on the ball took us to a last leg decider, and he found 180s in each of the last 3 legs to complete an impressive fight back. The PDC tour card holder is not going to go out in the first round again today. He has beaten Latvia's Yannis Potas in the last leg decider 6-5. He marches on to the last 32. And that is the round we're going to be focusing on next on the streaming board. We are going to see the number 1 in the rankings on the tour, Cord Decker, going up against Finland's Jonas Masselin. Welcome back to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, and we're into second round action here in Pro Tour 4. And we have got the man top of the rankings so far this year, Kordeka, who just kicks off with a ton, going up against Finland's Jonas Masselin. The Sheriff Kordeka, an impressive start to the season, winning Pro Tour 1, reaching the semi-finals of Pro Tour 2, and yesterday, well, it was double trouble that cost him in the end, losing in the final to the debutant Jonas Sorensen 6 legs to 1. Decker 1 out of 16 on the finishing. Proved to be oh so costly and denied him what would have been a second title in 3 events, but nevertheless, Norwegian, who is now in his second year with a PDC Tour card, he has got a lead at the top of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings. He starts his campaign today in Pro Tour 4 with a pretty tricky first round tie for him against Jonas Masselin. Someone that we saw win their first Pro Tour title last year in this very venue as well. Masselin finds a 140 to get down to a finish in this leg, but Decker wants tops for the opener. Two darts above the wire. 3 darts above the wire. The missed doubles continue for the Sheriff. Can Jonas Masselin step in here and break the throw? Perfect first dart, wants double 8 for a 14 darter. Jonas Masselin has picked the pocket there of Kordeka to take the opening leg. The Finn was one of 3 players last year to win their first titles on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Jonas beat Teemu Harju 6-5 in the final of Pro Tour 2. Later that year we saw Valters Melderis win Pro Tour 3, his first title. Then Teemu Harju opened his account with a win in Pro Tour 7. And it was Teemu who went on to win the last Pro Tour 12 and then win the Nordic and Baltic Championship as well. We did see Jonas Masselin play in a World Championship last year, though, make his debut. That was at the Lakeside, as Decker fires in a maximum. Jonas certainly enjoyed himself at the Lakeside, getting to the last 16. I've got to say, I had one of the more enjoyable walk-ons that week as well. A little bit of Pink Floyd. He enjoyed himself on the stage when that came on. Decker 180 and 140 in this leg, looks to get that break back immediately. Leaves the finish that will get a go out, the 138. Masselin, a couple of big trebles of his own. Puts himself down to a better one. Another one of those for Kordeka. But giving him a shot at double 12 for the 138. Tidies it up nicely, but got to rely on Masselin not taking out the 62. This for a 2-0 lead. Again, finds that treble with the first dart. 2 missed darts for Jonas Masselin for a 2-0 lead. The Sheriff wants double 16 to level things up here. We have ourselves a level game, and it's been a high quality start to this one. Jonas Maslin broke in 14. Decker has just broken back in 13. Decker's run to the final of Pro Tour 3 yesterday. Had to come through a last leg decider in the quarterfinals against Andreas Hilgordhus, 6-5. All 11 legs going through in that one. There was no breaks at all in that quarterfinal. Then we saw a 6-1 demolition by Andreas Harrison in the semi-finals before losing by the same scoreline to Jonas Sorensen in the final. Would have been a second title of the season already for Court. He piles in another maximum. As for Jonas Maslin, a couple of wins against Andreas Nilsson and Andres Adamson before going out to Oscar Lukasiak 6-3 in the last 16 yesterday. That's Jonas's best run to date this year on the tour. Had a couple of last 32s in the first weekend as Decker inadvertently hits a 160. Leaves himself double 10 when he comes back. Unless Maslin needed a treble there to get a shot at the ball. Decker now to hold his throw. It would be another 5-visit leg. Back-to-back legs for the Nordic and Baltic number 1. Takes the lead. A few more last 64 matches going on the outside boards. Bjorn Leon, who broke new ground yesterday, getting to his first quarter-final on the tour. He's just got underway against Ken Joran Sivertsen. Teemu Harju 4-2 up on Pari Himmen. I've got a few last 32 matches getting underway now as well. Yanni Avisto, the Pro Tour 2 winner, taking on Edgar Znutins. And I can see Oscar Lukasiak and Ralph Lamanis are warming up as well. That 140 gets Decker back in the leg, keeps him interested. That's a slack visit from Maslin. Decker will want to jump all over that. Another treble will get him down to a finish. Has to settle for the ton. He's right back in this leg and a chance to break again and double his lead. Jonas Maslin coming up dry again. So Decker's got 6 darts from 196. A great visit there. Finds another treble with the last dart. This is good stuff from the number 1, showing why he is the number 1 on the tour. Still very early days, but threatening a big average here. If he can keep this up, it will be 20 for double 18. That's his preferred route. His preferred double, and he gets it. This is good stuff from Decker. 13, 14 and 14 darters. It's gone from being broken in the first leg to now being a break-up. He leads 3-1. head to Leicester, come over to the UK later today for the Pro Tours coming up tomorrow and Tuesday with another title under his belt. Important year for Decker, his second year with that PDC Tour card. Signed off his first year by qualifying for Ali Pali, which always helps in terms of trying to keep your tour card after the 2 years with the amount of prize money that's on offer now in that tournament. If you miss that tournament, then there's a high chance you probably won't keep your tour card. It's a slack visit there from Decker. Just gives Maslin a glimmer of hope if he can pile in a big score of breaking back straight away. Finds 2 big trebles, not quite down to a finish, but well in the leg here. Decker manages to find a treble with the last dart, leaves a 1-6-1. Maslin, though, will be on something smaller. He finds that treble 19 with the last dart as well. Decker's throw under threat here, unless he can take out the 1-6-1. Ball for a 1-6-1. It's a wayward last dart. The first 2 darts gave him a great chance. He has left his favourite double 18 though by hitting that small 14. It's bullseye for Maslin. He gets closer, but not close enough. Decker wants double 18 to extend his lead. And he gets it. That is 4 legs on the spin for Decker, averaging 101. In a very strong position here to march through to the last 16. A few more matches getting underway on the outside boards. All last 32 matches. Daniel Larsson against Andreas Ulgordhus. Andreas Harrison taking on Andreas Nilsson. Yanni Havisto has taken a 3-0 lead against Edgar Znutins. A last 32 match. Work to do here for Jonas Maslin to avoid a defeat in his first match today. So looking at the head-to-head between these 2 players on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, and didn't meet at all in 2025, but in 2024 they met 4 times, all of those matches being won by Decker. So he'll have good memories of playing Jonas Maslin on this tour. And right now he looks to be on course for another win against the Finn. Maslin's throw under threat again. Decker going to get a go at the 1-2-4. It's a great setup shot from Masselin to leave double 16. Will he get a go at it? Yes, he will. This to stop the run of legs for Kordeka, and you'd say it's a must get for Jonas, double 16. He's pointing towards what he wants next, double 8. That stops the run of Kordeka. It's a holder throw for Jonas Masselin. He knows he needs to break again. We did see Jonas Masselin just a few weeks ago make his debut on the European Tour, where he run into one of the all-time great performances on that tour from Kevin Doots, who averaged just the 117.12 to beat Jonas 6-0 in a whitewash. That was one of the top 5 averages we've seen on the European Tour. Not what you want from your opponent when you're making your debut. Is this a chance for Masselin to get that break back? Well, that last dart means he's not left to finish. Decker's got 6 darts from 179 to move a leg away from the match. Comes downstairs now. Great find with the last dart, leaves him a single to double when he comes back. Masselin looks to be going 5-2 down here. Doesn't put much pressure on this 42. It's 10 for double 16. Double 8 will do for Kordeka, who's looked a lot more assured on the doubles so far in this one, apart from the first leg where he missed a handful of darts at the double. Since then, it's been pretty good from him, tidying up almost every visit. He's had a shot at a double. He's won the leg. He now leads 5-2. He's one leg away from a place in the last 16. That run of defeats for Jonas Masselin against Kordeka on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour could be continuing here, unless he can produce a comeback. It would be even better than what we saw from Victor Tingstrom in the last game when he was 5-3 down, come back and won it 6-5, survived 4 match darts. Decker closing in on victory here. Masselin needs 2 big trebles to leave a finish first in this leg. Can't find one of them. All about the setup shot here for Kordeka, and that is a perfect start. Again, leaves single to double when he comes back to complete what would be a very impressive win to kick off his Pro Tour 4 campaign today here in Riga. All Maslin can do is try and pile in some big trebles just in case. But this could be the end. Kordeka. Big 17. To leave tops. Kordeka is through to the last 16 of Pro Tour 4. It was a defeat in the final yesterday for the Sheriff, the PDC Nordic and Baltic #1. He had too many missed darts at the double and was punished. But he's kicked off his campaign with a very impressive start today, which has included 4 legs in 5 visits. He's averaged 99.69, just under a ton. He's beaten Jonas Maslin by 6 legs to 2. He moves through to the last 16. Second round action continues here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Pro Tour 4 here in Riga. And we've got a matchup between a two-time winner on the tour, Johan Engstrom, the Sweet Ferret, going up against Denmark's Bent Lambertsen for a spot in the last 16. And a matchup with Yanni Avisto. Finisher has beaten Edgar Snutins 6-1 in his first match of the day. He will await the winner of this one in the next round. So our first look at Lambertsen on the Pro Tour streams this weekend. So far on the tour, he's had a last 64 and then a couple of last 32s, which has pushed him into the provisional field for the Nordic and Baltic Championship yesterday. He's in that top 24 as things stand. The win here would be his best run of the year to date, getting to the last 16. That single 14 just in there, one dart at tops. Goes low for what would have been a 1-1-4 finish to start the match, but plenty of time to finish the leg here with Johan Engstrom back in the 200s. Well, I say plenty of time. Lambertsen inadvertently busting his score there. He will come back with another handful to get this opening leg one on throw. Back up again to double 5. Missed darts for Bent Lambertsen. Can Engstrom pull out a big finish here? He's got a chance, another one of those. For a dart, double 18, not far away at all from pinching the leg. The Sweet Ferret, and Bent Lambertsen has a joke with him there. Right behind him now, this needs to go. And it does. Bent Lambertsen gets over the line in the opening leg. Survived the scare, with Johan Engstrom missing the double 18 for a 156. That leg going to its rightful owner, you've got to say. Bent Lambertsen had quite a big lead, and he had enough time to hit the double eventually. We are well into the last 32 action here in Pro Tour 4. A lot of matches going on the outside boards, including Daniel Larsson against Andreas Hilgordhus, and it is Daniel Larsson who has just completed a 6-0 whitewash to knock out the Dane in that one. Ralphs Lomanis currently 4-2 up on Oskar Lukasiak, looking to claim the scalp of last year's number 3 on the tour and a PDC tour card holder. Andreas Harrison 4-1 up on Andreas Nilsson. There's some of the matches going on the outside boards. And I can see yesterday's winner, Jonas Sorensen, warming up to play Andreas Toft Jørgensen. They've just got their match underway. This looks to be a comfortable holder throw for Johan Engstrom in the second leg. 44 left after 12 darts. Lambertsen leaving a finish, but Engstrom leaving his favourite tops. Now double 10. 2 darts missed for Johan. Can Lambertson pull off a big finish here? Not going to take out the 158. Engstrom tidies up on double 10. 2 legs in, 2 holes to throw. Ben Lambertson, someone that's played the Nordic and Baltic Tour for a number of years now. Played half of, go as far as the quarterfinals, making the last 8 in one event back in 2021, and then a couple of quarterfinals in 2023. Also been a regular at European Q School. Played on the Challenge Tour as well. Look to be heading for another holder throw here. Engstrom gets himself right back in the leg. That 136 leaving the 170. She will get a go at. Saw Edgar's Newtons missed the ball for this finish yesterday on the stream. We're not going to see Johan Engstrom get a go at the ball though. First start straying into the treble 1. A loose last dart. Doesn't leave it as nice as he would have liked. Tops for Lambertson. And tops is found. 115 finish for Ben Lambertson to regain the lead. 3 legs in, 3 holes to throw. Lambertson holding firm on his throw. It's 2 years ago now that we saw Johan Engstrom have his breakthrough year on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, picking up his first 2 titles. Narrowly missing out on a debut at the PDC World Championship. It was Darius Labanauskas that won the final event of that season to move ahead of Engstrom by €50 for that second spot. And last year we saw Johan Engstrom get to a couple of finals. And he did get that World Championship debut at the Lakeside, playing in the WDF World Championship, where he went up against New Zealand's Ben Robb in the first round. He's a player that we've seen over the last 2 years that's proven himself on many occasions that he is one of the top players in this part of the world. Sets a very high standard for himself. I remember going out to the Nordic and Baltic Championship at the end of last year in Copenhagen and did an interview with Teemu Harju for my podcast, the weekly Dartscast, and Johan was sat elsewhere in the room and he said to me afterwards, "When are we doing our interview?" And I said, I'm going to interview the champion, whoever wins this tournament. And he said, "All right, I'll speak to you after the final." So he's a player that's not short of confidence, that's for sure. Now he wants tops for a 120 to level this match up. Goes low. Will he get a shot at the double 10? He is going to come back. The 1-2-2, not going to go for Bent Lambertson, who leaves himself tops. Double 10 to level again. Now upstairs to double 5. We have ourselves a level game once again. We have another winner through to the last 16. Andreas Harrison has beaten Andreas Nilsson by 6 legs to 2. He joins Daniel Larsson, Yanni Havisto and Kordecker in the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. Johan Engstrom got a chance here to get the first breaker throw in this match. He's on that 170 again. Does he go for it? Yes, he does. Well, I can assure you he did go for that. He didn't go for the small 10, which has inadvertently left his favourite double top, which he will come back for in a moment to get that first breaker throw. Produce the best leg of the match so far. Again, having to move around the board to find a double. And he does find double 10. That is the first breaker throw in this match. The first 4 legs all going with the player who served first. Engstrom in leg 5 gets that breaker throw. Takes a 3-2 lead. Over on the outside boards, yesterday's semi-finalist, Jonas Graverson, 4-1 up on Brian Loken. Yesterday's champion, Jonas Sorensen, 2-1 down against Andreas Toft Jørgensen. Teemu Harju has just taken the opening leg against Niels Heinso. And Oskar Lekasiak has completed a comeback in his match against Ralphs Lomanis. Won that one 6-4. Oskar was trailing that match for a little while. It's 4-2 down. He's won the next 4 legs to come through. He's into the last 16. These two players looking to join them in that round. Winner of this will play Yanni Havisto in the last 16, the Pro Tour 2 champion. Right now it looks to be Johan Engstrom who has started to find some form in the last couple of legs. Broke in 15, could be about to hold in 14 or 15 darts here. Doesn't quite manage it. Ben Lambertson has got a chance to break straight back. Double 19. He goes way inside there. Chance missed for the Dane to get us back level. Can Engstrom punish him? Double his lead. No, he can't. More missed doubles for the Sweet Ferret, who had this match in the palm of his hand a moment ago, but could be about to be back on level terms. And he is. Slight shake of the head from Johan Engstrom. He knows that was a chance missed. He has to check. It's not his throw here. Ben Lambertson has broken him back. He's got the throw here in this 7th leg. That was a real missed opportunity for Johan Engstrom to put his foot down in this match. A 4-2 lead. He'd have thought, right, let's break here and let's throw for the match. Let's get it done 6-2, but now got a lot more work to do. Jonas Gravesen, he is the next player through to the last 16. Very impressed by Jonas this weekend. Had a good run yesterday, getting to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 3. Pulled off a 6-5 win against Yanni Havisto in the quarterfinals. He's kicked off his Pro Tour 4 campaign today with a 6-1 win over Brian Locum, who we saw on the stream earlier today. Johan Engstrom threatening another breaker throw here. Down to a finish first. Ben Lambertson needs at least 2 big trebles here to join him. That's exactly what he gets. Down to a finish as well, and he will get a go at that 147. May well have to go here because Johan Engstrom is going to leave himself well positioned on 72. This to keep the run of breaks going. Perfect first start, double 12. And that is a 14 dart breaker throw for the Sweet Ferret, Johan Engstrom. Made hard work of this match with those missed doubles in the previous leg, but he's put that disappointment behind him. Another 5-visit leg against the throw, more than enough to get the job done. Now can he hold his throw? Move 1 leg away from a place in the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. Both players kicking off the leg with a 140. more last 32 matches getting underway on the outside boards. Victor Tingstrom, who we saw a little while ago, that comeback win against Yanis Potas. He's now up against Mio Varela, one of the PDC Tour card holders in the field today. Darius Labanauskas going up against another Finn as well, Jani Lorela. Johan Engstrom checks out the 81 for an 11 dart holder throw. He's starting to go through the gears here. 14 dart break followed by an 11 dart hold. Pushes his average up to 91. Now on the cusp of a place in the last 16 and a mouth-watering matchup with Yanni Avisto. Just needs the one more leg, and seeing Bent Lambertson kick off the leg with a 26 will certainly be music to his ears. He'll want to get the job done in this leg and get ready for that matchup with Avisto in the last 16. So far it's been pretty good for the seeds. 8 seeds in the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour events. Jonas Gravesen, Oskar Lekasiak, Yanni Avisto, Andreas Harrison and Daniel Larsson all winning their first matches in the last 32. The last 2 seeds playing now to try and join them in that last 16. Dmitry Zukov and Jonas Sorensen. Johan Engstrom, who's unseeded today, could be about to beat them into that last 16 first. He wants 87. And it's a loose first couple of darts, and you see that last one launched in frustration, but plenty of time for Johan Engstrom here to wrap this match up. Tops left after 12 against the throw. Lambertson with a 140, not quite down to a finish. So it's tops for Engstrom, who gets the job done. 3-leg spurt from 3 legs apiece from Johan Engstrom, who's won the last 3 in 14, 11 and 13. Gets him over the line and sets up an intriguing clash in the last 16 with Yanni Avisto. The 2-time winner on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Johan Engstrom, his bid for a 3rd title and a first since 2024 continues. He's through to the last 16. He has beaten Bent Lambertson by 6 legs to 3. Welcome back to Riga for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 4. We are continuing in the second round, the last 32, and a matchup between Sweden and Norway. Mattias Jönsson going up against Johnny Pedersen, and the winner will play Andreas Toft Jørgensen in the last 16, because a few moments ago we have seen the former World Cup of Darts player for Denmark knock out yesterday's champion, Jonas Sorensen, 6 legs to 4 in their last 32 matchup. That's the first defeat for Jonas Sorensen in a Pro Tour event. Yesterday he won the title on his debut, but he will not be going back-to-back this weekend. His run on the Pro Tour ends in the last 32. These two players looking to set up that match with Andreas Toft Jørgensen in the last 16. Mattias, someone that's represented Sweden. He also qualified for the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship last year, finishing 19th in the rankings. A lot of that was helped by the fact that he reached 3 quarterfinals on the Pro Tour last year, beat some big names as well in those runs, the likes of Oskar Lukasiak, Jonas Maslin, Daniel Larsson. Mattias has also had a semi-final on this tour back in 2024. Didn't play in the opening weekend of the season here in Riga at the start of February, but he is back this weekend, looking to make up for lost time and put a run together today. Made in Pro Tour 3 yesterday. He was whitewashed 6-0 by Ralphs Lomanis. Johnson's throw could be under threat here in the first leg. Pedersen, what can he leave from 176? Well, it's a very good start. We'll settle for that. 76 left. He will get a go at it. Johnson not really putting a dent in the 146. Pedersen stays up there for a dart at double 18. Well, it's a wayward one there. Did it take a deflection on its way through? That's a great first dart for Mattias. Double 16. He's missed for a 105 to hold his throw. Pedersen now getting 3 more darts to break at double 18. That is a real missed opportunity for Johnny Pedersen to break in this opening leg. Johnny takes a big step back there. Thought he was going to take a seat there for a second and settle himself down, but he is going to come back for another go at double 4. Goes in the wrong bed, and if only he'd have hit that a few throws ago, that double 18. Real mess on the doubles from both players in this opening leg. Mattias can't find the double 1. It's a 10th visit for Johnny Pedersen against the throw. You wouldn't expect this too often. It is a 29 dart breaker throw for Johnny Pedersen in the first leg. Both players have a right smile to each other. Things can only get better, they're probably thinking, after that first leg. It goes to the Norwegian Johnny Pedersen. He's played a lot of darts already in 2026. He played the first weekend of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Also went to European Q School out in Germany, where he got through the first stage, played in the second stage. Also played the first weekend of the Challenge Tour over in the UK in Milton Keynes. That season continues this weekend as well, out in Leicester. Another block of 5 Challenge Tour events going on. We've seen titles already this weekend for Derek Coulson, Daniel Closer, Ted Everts and Florian Priest. Final event of that block of 5 currently taking place. Challenge Tour 10. Field of 260 odd players in that one. A lot of darts being thrown there this weekend. Johnny's first weekend on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. Went out in his first game 6-5 to Brian Loken in Pro Tour 1. And in Pro Tour 2 picked up a couple of wins before losing out in the last 32 to Darius Labanauskas. Down to a finish first in this leg. He looks to consolidate that breaker throw in the first leg. Matthias with that ton leaves a better finish if he gets a chance, and he may not. It'll be another single for the ball, but he's missed the single. Doesn't get a shot at the ball. Matthias Jönsson. A chance to get that break back immediately. Well, he's not going to get a go at a double now after that first dart. The second dart finds the intended target. Leaves a double. Will he get a go at it? No, he will not. Back-to-back legs for Johnny Pedersen. Doubles his lead in this match. Both players averaging in the low 60s, 2 legs in. Over on the outside boards, we have got another last 32 match going on, currently between last year's Nordic and Baltic Championship runner-up Edwin Torbjörnsson and Petri Rasmus. It is Rasmus currently leading that one, 5 legs to 2. A couple of last 16 matches are underway now as well. The number 1 on the rankings, Cord Decker, has just started his latest match with Mindaugas Brauskas, and he's took the opening leg. And Yanni Avisto has just gone 1-0 up against a player that we've just seen on the live stream, Johan Engstrom. A few more matches warming up as well on the outside boards. Andreas Harrison against Darius Labanauskas. Daniel Larsson against Termo Harju. And Jonas Gravesen going up against Victor Tingstrom. All those matches are in the last 16, and you can follow every throw on Dartsconnect if you want to see how all the matches are going on. tv.dartsconnect.com. You can pick your favourite matches, pick your favourite players, and follow their progress through the tournament. Here on the streaming board, Matthias Johnson has a go at the 1-2-2. Just misses the ball to get his first leg on the board here. Pedersen needs a ton plus finish of his own for a double breaker throw. Going to get a go at a double though. Now, can Johnson get off the mark? Double 8. Two more darts missed. Add a double for Matthias Johnson. Pedersen wants 20 for tops. Looks a good guide. To nestle one above it, not quite high enough. It's a dart missed at tops for a 3-0 lead for Johnny Pedersen. And Matthias Johnson finally gets off the mark in this match. So hold a throw, halves the lead of Johnny Pedersen's at 2-1. Going to need to break him though. He's going to turn this match around. See in the background there, very interested observer, Andreas Harrison. He'll be going up against Darius Labanauskas on the outside boards very shortly. He'll be looking to get off the mark and win his first Pro Tour title of the year. Andreas won 4 of them last year to top the rankings and qualify for the World Championship. So far in 2026 in the early stages, he's had a runner-up the last 16 and a semi-final. He's right up there in the rankings again, but I'm sure if you've been number 1 for a while, you want to get there again. Matthias Johnson threatening a breaker throw here. Back comes Pedersen with a maximum. His throw was under pressure. He pulls out the 180. Well, these two starting to go through the gears. The averages have gone up into the high 60s. Pedersen's has crept into the 70s. Johnson is going to get a go at this 81 to level us up. Shot still on. Double 12. Goes inside. Dart missed to break back and level. Johnny Pedersen was 96. He goes wayward with the first. Can't rescue it with the second. Matthias has got 3 darts in hand to level the game up. And he goes in the wrong bed. See the reaction there from Matthias. Not what he wanted there. He's given Johnny Pedersen another go. May only be 1 dart at tops. Doesn't find the target. Matthias to level things up. Now down to double 3. Double 3 is found. 2 legs on the spin for Matthias Johnson. We have ourselves a level game after 4 legs. And one of these 2 players find a bit of form, get themselves over the line. The winner of this match will play Andreas Toft Jørgensen in the last 16, a former title winner on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Andreas, moments ago, knocking out yesterday's Pro Tour 3 champion Jonas Sorensen 6-4, ending his bid to win back-to-back titles on his debut weekend here on the tour. Just 2 spots left up for grabs in the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. This match being one of the remaining 32 matches. We've also got Valters Melderis and Bjorn Leon going up against each other. A lot of the attention will turn now to the last 16 and a lot of the big names back in action. Yanni Abisto 3-0 up on Johan Engstrom. And Engstrom has just pulled a leg back in that one. That is the same scoreline, 3-1, between Kordecker and Mindaugas Brauskas. And Jonas Graversen and Victor Tingstrom just got underway in their last 16 matchup. Slack visit there from Pedersen. He looked to get that breaker throw back that he lost in the last leg. Johnson turns the favour with a 24 of his own. And a real dogfight this one so far. Neither player able to find their best game yet. Pedersen again drifting into the 1 segment and the 5. Shake of the head as he goes to the board. His leg looked to be there for the taking, but the last few visits has just put it in doubt for him. Matthias. Manages to find 1 big treble to get down to a finish first. That comes Pedersen with a similar visit. Hard to call which way this one's going to go. 1, 2, 3, not going to go for Matthias. He pins the ball with the last dart to leave himself 32 again. Pedersen having to move to find a way through to that treble 20. It's a brilliant second dart, double 16 for a 1-1-2 finish, and that is much more like it from Johnny Pedersen. That leg looked to be drifting away. He's managed to pull out a ton plus finish to get that breaker throw back, regain the lead again. And it's not going to be what just kickstarts him in this match, gets him over the line. Not been a classic by any means so far, but that 1-1-2 certainly the highlight so far from the Norwegian. few more matches getting underway on the outside boards in the last 16. Daniel Larsson against Teemu Harju. Larsson has just taken the opening leg in 14 darts. Darius Labanauskas has just won the opener against Andreas Harrison. And Victor Tingstrom has raced into a 2-0 lead against Jonas Gravesen, averaging 96. Cordecker's 99.69 that we saw on the stream earlier today. That is the best average we've seen so far today in Pro Tour 4. This is good from Matthias. The last dart falls to the floor. He's put himself in contention in this leg. Pedersen looking at the 1-2-2. Needed a treble 18 for a shot at the ball, and that last dart drifting into the 1 opened the door for Matthias. Big 20 for a dart at tops. We are level once again. 15 dart break there from Matthias Johnson. Levels the match up at 3 legs apiece. It is now a race to 3 for a place in the last 16. And that match up with Andreas Toft Jørgensen. Kordecker is the first player through to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 4 today. The Sheriff, the number 1 on the rankings, just completed a 6-1 win over Mindaugas Brauskas. 94.28 average from the PDC tour card holder. Gets him into the quarterfinals and extends his lead at the top of the rankings. A few others looking to join him in the last 8 very shortly. Yanni Avisto, the number 2 on the rankings, 4-2 up on Johan Engstrom. Victor Tingstrom has now gone 3-1 up on Jonas Gravesen. And we saw Victor's game earlier, the rescue act that he produced to beat Yanis Potas. Survived match starts, ended up averaging 70 in that one. The next round pushed his average way up to 92 and currently averaging 94. Much more like it from another of the PDC tour card holders in action today. Could we be about to see another breaker throw here? Pedersen has stolen the darts in this one. Doesn't quite get down to a finish yet, but in a good position to win the leg. One treble there from Matthias. He is the latest player to leave the big fish on the stream. Come on then, let's have a bit of magic, Matthias. Not quite. Could this be another breaker throw? Johnny Pedersen wants 114. Now treble 18 for a shot at tops. That is just above the wire, almost second ton plus finish for Johnny. He had the 112 in the fifth leg, almost added the 114 there. He's going to get a go at tops again here. 3 darts for a breaker throw for a 4-3 lead. Now double 4. 3 darts missed, and a smile there as he walks to the board. I can assure you he was not happy with that visit. Opportunity missed for Pedersen. Johnson. Takes his chance. He cleans up the 56 to hold his throw. For the first time, he has taken the lead in this match. Just 2 holes to throw away from a place in the last 16. Mentioned earlier, Matthias was one of the players that played in that inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship last year as the number 19 seed. Once again this year, the top 24 players on the rankings, all the prize money won from these 12 Pro Tour events during the season. Top 24 will qualify for that end of season finals in Denmark. Top 2 players on the rankings will qualify for the World Championship as well. Certainly lots to play for lots of players over the course of the season, and the addition of that Nordic and Baltic Championship has given a lot more players an incentive to make that commitment, play the tour, the various weekends around the Nordic and Baltic region. It's still very early days in that race, but I'm sure players will have one eye on the rankings as they jostle for positions in that top 24. One player who's put themselves right in the mix is Jonas Sorensen on his debut yesterday, winning that title. It's looking pretty good to get there this year. Pedersen looks at double 9 now. 2 darts go inside. He will come back with another handful to try and level up this match at 4-4. All Johnson can do is pile in a big score and hope for more misses on the doubles. That's a perfect setup shot from Johnson. Pedersen goes out the board. And again, and can you believe it? 3 darts going for the big one. 2 of them he's put out the board. The first dart really didn't look like a good lie at all. And the third one straying into the 20, and you see in the background Johnny Pedersen. Can't believe what he's done there, and he has been punished for his mistakes. Mathias Jönsson turned this match around from 3-2 down. He's won the next 3. It's 5-3 up, and he's 1 away from a place in the last 16. Just wonder the way that first start set up for Johnny Pedersen going for the big one, whether he considered switching around the board, maybe single 5 for double 2. Could have been an option, but that leg's gone now. It's a mountain to climb for Johnny Pedersen. He's got a break, hold and break, if he is going to move through to the last 16. Neither player off to a quick start in this leg. Feel like if Matthias can find a couple of big trebles, give himself a lead here, that could be enough to get him over the line, but another trebleless visit there keeps Johnny Pedersen in the leg. Nothing really to separate them after 9 darts each. I can tell you that Yanni Avisto is into the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 4. He's beaten Johan Engstrom 6-2 in the last 16. So we have got the current number 1, Kordecker, and the number 2, Yanni Avisto, into the quarterfinals. They are the first and second seeds here today. So still on that collision course for a meeting in the final. On the outside boards, we could be about to see a huge result. Darius Labanauskas has just taken a 5-0 lead against Andreas Harrison, who's averaging 59. That is a big upset, especially a one-sided scoreline like that. Daniel Larsson 5-1 up on Temo Harju, averaging 103. He's turning it on. It's another Swede here, Matthias Jönsson. He wants 104 to get himself over the line. Not going to take it in this visit, but sets it up very nicely. Leaves himself 24 when he comes back. Johnny Pedersen stranded on 180. And that could be the end for Johnny Pedersen here in Pro Tour 4. Matthias Jönsson pins the double 12 and he is through to the last 16. Really had to fight for that one from 2-0 down and 3-2 down. He's managed to claw his way back. 4 legs on the spin from the Swede as he moves through to the last 16. He beats Johnny Pedersen 6-3 and he will go up against Andreas Toft Jørgensen in the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. Coming up next on the stream, we are going to go back to the campaign of the number 1, Kordecker. Who will he play in the next round? It is going to be a quarter-final matchup coming up next on the live stream. It will be either Jonas Graverson or Victor Tingstrom going up against the Sheriff. quarter-final time here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is Pro Tour 4. We are down to the last 8. I've got Darius Labanauskas going up against Daniel Larsson, 2 of the most successful players in this tour's history. Labanauskas has won 13 Pro Tour titles during his career. Larsson has 8, which is the joint 5th most in this organisation's history. Will one of these players go on to add to their haul of trophies today? Already this is Darius Labanauskas' best run of the season on the Pro Tour. The early days, of course, but the first weekend, lucky D, getting to a couple of last 16s, and yesterday went out at the first hurdle in the last 64. As for Daniel Larsson, he's been there or thereabouts really so far this year. A quarter-final and a semi-final on the opening weekend, and yesterday had a run to the last 16. It's Larsson here who has got off to the quickest start. Double 12 for an 11 dart breaker throw. Two darts missed, but this in the opening leg would be something special from Darius Labanauskas. The 1 full 6 not going to go. Larsson comes back with another 3 darts for a breaker throw. Can you believe it? 4 darts missed to break. Had chances to win this leg in 11 darts. He may well not win it at all. Another one of those for a shot at the ball. Just outside. Third go at it for Daniel Larsson. Looks to be a good guide, and it is. Daniel Larsson takes the opening leg. Could have won it in 11, ends up winning it in 17, but they all count the same. He's broken throw in the opening leg. And these two players, they've had plenty of battles over the years as Larsson kicks off the leg with a 180. Playing on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, these two have had many semi-final matches and even a final if you go back to 2022, which Labanauskas won 6-4 against Larsson. They've even met on the Players' Championship circuit as well back in 2020. And both players held tour cards. Larsson not had a tour card for a little while. Labanauskas, he's had a few years off the tour, but after finishing second on the Challenge Tour rankings last year, he's got his tour card back for at least the next 2 years. Larsson down to a finish first in the leg. And again, much like the first leg, time on his side here to get the job done. He's going to need that extra visit. He'll settle for that, leaves single to double when he comes back. It's for a 2-0 lead, double 16. Two darts missed for Daniel Larsson, and that 140 from Labanauskas giving him a chance, and he's got one at double 4. We have ourselves a level game. 2 darts missed for Daniel Larsson for a 2-0 lead. Darius Labanauskas has stepped in, broken straight back. Yesterday for Lucky D, it was an early exit, as I mentioned, a 6-3 defeat to Andreas Hilgordhus. But today it's been pretty flawless from Lucky D. 3 6-0 wins. First of them against his fellow Lithuanian, Arūnas Sakalauskas. And another 6-0 against Jani Lorela. And the most eye-catching of those results come in the last 16, a 6-0 whitewash of Andreas Harrison, who averaged just 59 in that one. It will be a match to forget for Dirty Harry, but Darius Labanauskas made the most of it. He's got him through to this quarter-final of Pro Tour 4. Daniel Larsson, he's been almost perfect so far today. A 6-0 whitewash of Andreas Hilgordhus. In the last round, beating the reigning Nordic and Baltic champion, Teemu Harju, 6 legs to 1 with a 99 average, almost a ton in that one. Now looking to get another break of throw. It's a big ask, but the shot's on. Not now, needed the second treble. Dropped the dart after the first one. Did that just put him off his rhythm a little bit there? Darius to hold his throw, wants double 12. And finds double 12. Back-to-back legs for Lucky D. Turned this match around after being broken in the first leg. He's won the next 2. Take the lead for the first time in this quarter-final. This last 8 match is right at the bottom of the draw bracket. In this half of the draw, also got Yanni Havisto through to the quarterfinals, but his opponent still to be confirmed. One of the matches that's going on the outside boards between a pair of Latvians in Yanis Kupsis and Valtas Melderis that's just got underway. Top half of the draw, we have got Cord Decker, the number 1 seed, going up against Jonas Gravesen. And 2 other last 16 ties going on. The winners will play each other. Oskar Lukasiak taking on Petri Rasmus, and Andreas Toft Jørgensen taking on Matthias Johnson. The winners to play each other in the quarterfinals. Larsson's throw under threat here. Unless he can produce this ton plus finish, which he can't, so this could be a 3rd leg in a row for Lucky D. Tops for the Lithuanian. Drags it low, a dart missed for a 3-1 lead. Can Larsson hold his throw? Should get 1 dart at tops. And he finds tops in the corner, and you see the reaction there from Daniel Larsson. He knows how important that dart was at tops. If he'd have missed, It's likely he would have gone 3-1 down and a breakdown. It keeps this match level. As I mentioned earlier, Labanauskas back on the PDC Tour this year. Good to see. After a couple of years away, had the pleasure of sitting down with Darius Labanauskas at the back end of last year for my podcast, and we had a good chat about the last few years, and he said he lost a little bit of motivation at times. He's got it back after a period away from having that tour card, and had a very good year last year on the Challenge Tour. Just missed out on that top spot and a spot in the Grand Slam, but 3 titles during the season helped him finish in second and get that tour card back and get back on that World Championship stage, where he had the unenviable task of facing Luke Littler in his first match as defending champion. A match that he lost 3-0, but certainly gave a good account of himself on that stage again, where we've seen him get to the quarterfinals at Ali Pali, hit a 9-darter as well. He's had some good moments. He averaged 95 in that defeat to Luke Littler as well, which, if you'd have put that against many other people in the field, would have seen him get through. So he knows the game's there. Larson for a breaker throw, wants tops. This time 1 dart at it, doesn't find it. Labanauskas, though, may only be a shot at the ball to save his throw if he can find treble 18, which he can't. So this is a very inviting chance for Larson. Three more darts missed for Daniel Larson. He was clinical in the last leg to hold his throw. But against the throw, doesn't take his chance. And that leaves double 8. Wasn't intended to hit the double, but that one certainly was. It's another 68 finish for Darius Labanauskas, who edges back in front. Had to survive darts to be broken there. Over on the outside boards, we do have one other quarter-final match underway between Kordeka and Jonas Gravesen. Number 1 seed Decker currently leading that one by 4 legs to 2. And then the other 2 outstanding last 16 matches currently going on. Valters Meldris 2-0 up on Yanis Kupsis. And Matthias Johnson 3 legs all with Andreas Toft Jørgensen, the conqueror of the Pro Tour 3 champion yesterday, Jonas Sorensen. Well, this looks to be heading towards a comfortable holder throw for Daniel Larson. That visit may just give Labanauskas hope. If he can pile in a big score, settle for a ton now. He can't find a treble. Let off there for Larson. again, comes up dry on the trebles. Five 19s there for Labanauskas, leaves the 170. Still yet to see one on the live stream. We could be about to see a 156. Just misses the double 18. So Labanauskas does get a go at the big fish. Needed two treble 20s to get a go at the ball. So Larson to level things up again. Pins it with the first dart, that double 18. We have ourselves a level game. It's really hard to call which way this one's going to go. Larson has, you'd probably say, more opportunities in legs on the Labanauskas throw. Lucky he's been able to hold firm and keep his throw since being broken in the first leg. These two players both in the current spots for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. You'd expect before a dart was thrown in Pro Tour 1, if you had to predict the 24 players that will be lining up at the end of season finals in Denmark, that these two are going to be there. And Daniel Larsson currently in 5th spot. Darius Labanauskas has pushed himself up to number 13 with this run to the quarterfinals. We were both seeded for the first staging of that Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. Larsson in 8th and Labanauskas in 7th. It's Labanauskas now who wants tops to regain the lead once again. 14 dart holder throw. The Lithuanian number 1 puts himself back in front. Darius Labanauskas, I mentioned the rankings there on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He is one of just 3 players that's topped the rankings more than once at the end of a season. Finland's Kim Viljanen. He holds the record with 3 years topping the rankings from 2015 to 2017. Ados Rasma twice in 2019 and 2021. Darius Labanauskas is 2 years at the top, coming in between those years, or either end I should say, 2018 and 2022. Again, this looks to be a comfortable leg for Daniel Larsson on throw, down to a finish after 9 darts. Labanauskas not quite down to a finish yet, so at least 6 darts here for Larsson to level again. That dart strays into the 1. It's not the best set-up shot there in the end from Daniel Larsson. And Labanauskas piling the pressure here. Finds the 140. Just gives him a tap on the shoulder. And it could well be just a dart at the ball for Larsson. Doesn't find it, so Labanauskas going to get a shot here at the 116. Can he find a treble? Yes, he can. 1 dart at tops to break. Goes outside. That was a big chance for Darius to really get a foothold in this game. Larsson raise of the eyebrows. Misses the big 5. Now has to recalibrate and go for double 8. And again, the reaction there from Daniel Larsson. Last dart in hand, 1 dart at a double, and he takes it. Once again, we have ourselves a level game. First 2 legs of the match were breaks a throw. The next 6 legs have all been won by the player throwing first. That sequence carries on. Well, it will be Darius Labanauskas that comes through because he would have to throw first in the decider. Result to bring you from the outside boards, and our first quarter-final is now complete. Decker has beaten Jonas Graverson 6 legs to 3. He's into the semi-finals, and Daniel Larsson with that maximum just now. Is he eyeing up a spot in the semi-finals in the next few minutes as well? Two big trebles there, gets him down to a finish after 9 darts again. If he can break Labanauskas here, he would throw for the match in the next leg. That first dart right in the corner of the treble bed. The 152 doesn't need to go. Well, that's unfortunate there, that bounce out. Look to be heading towards that treble 16. Can't know for sure. Just gives Daniel Larsson a little bit more work to do when he comes back. That is an error there from Labanauskas. The single ruined any chance of leaving a check out. It doesn't matter because Daniel Larsson has got that breaker throw. After 6 consecutive holds, we have a break again, and it's gone to Daniel Larsson. He's now throwing for a place in the semi-finals. Made the semi-finals of Pro Tour 2 on the first weekend on the Sunday. Now 1 leg away from doing the same in Pro Tour 4 on a Sunday again. The last 2 remaining matches in the last 16 are very close to being complete. Valters Mildris 5-1 up on Yanis Kupsis. Matthias Johnson 5-3 up on Andreas Toft Jørgensen. I've also seen Oskar Lekasiak go out in the last 16 at a 6-4 defeat to Petri Rasmus. Just been informed our next match on the live stream. We are going to be continuing with quarter-final action in Yanni Hristo, the Pro Tour 2 champion. We wait to find out who he will play. It will be a Latvian, we know that. It will be either Yanis Kupsis or Valters Mildris. I mentioned Mildris currently 5-1 up in that one. Here on the streaming board, Labanauskas has got himself in contention in this leg that he needs to win to take us all the way. The trebleless visit opens the door for Larsson, who piles in a 140 down to a finish first. A big last start from Labanauskas. He's right behind Daniel Larsson. If this 101 doesn't go, and it doesn't, he's going to get a chance. take us all the way to that final leg shootout. Be 2 darts at double 16 for Lucky D. And we have ourselves a last leg decider. Daniel Larsson broke Labanauskas in leg 9, through for the match in leg 10. His throw was broken. And now he's going to have to do it all over again in this last leg. He's going to have to break Labanauskas in this decider if he is going to go through to the semi-finals. And tell you the next match on this live stream, I mentioned it will be Yanni Havisto in the quarterfinals. His opponent in that quarterfinal is now known as well, Valters Melderis. He's beaten Yanis Kupsis 6-1 in the last 16, so we will see Havisto Melderis on the stream next. Here in this last leg decider, that is the first error from Labanauskas. Larsson back in the treble again. After the first start, he would have expected to score more than 87. Is that an opportunity missed? Labanauskas with a ton to edge back in front. Larsson find a way through, wants to stay up there, and he does. 2 big trebles from Daniel Larsson, halves his score. He's down to a finish first in the decider. Labanauskas should leave one after this start. Stays on the 20. So both players looking at big outshots in this deciding leg. Larsson finds the treble with the last. He leaves himself tops. It's 157. Not going to go for Darius Labanauskas. It's been a real back and forth match, this one. A long streak of holds, and then we may be about to see 3 breaks in the last 3 legs. Daniel Larsson wants tops. Now double 10. Going round the board, double 5. 3 match darts missed for Daniel Larsson. And is this the last chance saloon for Darius Labanauskas to win this match? Treble 20 for the double. Now, does he go double-double? Doesn't know where to go. Does go double-double. He comes up short, leaves tops, and that is what Larsson is coming back for again. He's already missed 3 match darts. Can he get over the line here? Yes, he can. Daniel Larsson is through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 4. Really good battle, that one, between 2 of the most successful players in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour history. And it is Daniel Larsson that has come through in a last leg decider. He's beaten the PDC Tour card holder Darius Labanauskas by 6 legs to 5. We have got 2 semi-finalists confirmed. Core Decker in the top half, Daniel Larsson in the bottom half. And we are now going to find out who will play Daniel Larsson in the semi-finals, because coming up next on the live stream, we are continuing the quarter-final action, and we will see Yanni Havisto against Valters Melderis. Quarterfinals continue here in Riga. Pro Tour 4 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And we've got the Pro Tour 2 champion, Yanni Havisto, going up against the Pro Tour 3 champion from last year, one of the first time winners on the tour last year, Latvia's Valters Melderis. The winner to play Daniel Larsson in the semi-finals. We just saw Larsson come through in that last leg decider against Darius Labanauskas. So the winner of this will play Larsson for a spot in the final of today's Pro Tour. Over in the top half of the draw, the number 1 seed, Cord Decker, he's already through to the semi-finals. He's beaten Jonas Graverson 6-3 in the quarterfinals. Now he awaits to see who he plays in the semi-finals, either Petri Rasmus or Matthias Johnson. They're just about to get their quarterfinal underway. A good start here from Valters, down to a finish after 9 darts. Looking to strike first in this quarterfinal. Visto almost getting down to a finish himself. Melderis to clean up the 50. Doesn't quite, but he will be back with 3 more darts at double 10. Bit of pressure applied from Havisto. You'd expect this double 10 to go, and it does. Melderis takes the opening leg in this quarterfinal. It's been an important day so far for Valters Melderis on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. After losing out in the final of the European Tour 4 qualifiers late last night to Anton Östlund, well, he's gone on a run today on the Pro Tour, beating Mikael Knudsen 6-5, Bjorn Leon 6-4, then his fellow Latvian Yanis Kupsis 6-1 in the last 16. And that last win for Valters has pushed him into a provisional spot for the PDC World Cup of Darts for Latvia alongside Madars Razma. Just edged ahead of Dmitry Zukov by 25 euros in that race. If he can keep the wins coming today, put him in a very strong position heading into the next weekend of Pro Tours, the end of April. Yanni Havisto finds double 10 for that 85 finish, a 12 dart holder throw for the Finn. We also may well see back on that World Cup stage this year. Both Yanni Havisto and Jonas Masselin qualifying for Euro Tour events this year puts them on the PDC World Rankings, which does take precedent over the Nordic and Baltic rankings. It was that tournament, the World Cup of Darts, that Yanni Havisto really made a name for himself. Going all the way to the semi-finals alongside Jarkko Komula. What a impressive performance it was from those two players way back in 2013. Beating the what turned out to be an almost unbeatable pairing of Michael van Gerwen and Raymond van Barneveld on that run. Visto looking to get the first breaker throw in this leg. He's put himself in a good position. Going to get 6 darts from 188. He's put a big dent in that, left himself single to double when he comes back. Melderis finding the big trebles now, finds a 180. Is it too late in this leg? Visto wants double 16. Doesn't take the chance, so that 180 it's given Melderis a lifeline here. Double 16. Now double 8. And Valters Melderis has got away with one there. We saw Yanni Avisto miss the 2 darts to break. He's managed to hold his throw, keep this match on throw. It was in this very venue in Riga 7 weeks ago, the opening weekend of this year's PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, that we saw Yanni Avisto make his return to the tour after an 8-year absence. And he marked that weekend first by winning one of the Euro Tour qualifiers. And then a day later, winning the Pro Tour 2 title, beating Oskar Lukasiak in the final. It was his first title in 12 years, an 8th of his career. Valters Melderis, after surviving those 2 darts to be broken in the last leg, has got a real chance here to get a break of his own. He's in that position now, 6 darts from 129. Doesn't need to go for the ball if he'd have hit that treble 20, but he's tidied it up very nicely. 36 left after 12. In just a couple of minutes, this match has really turned around. Double 18 for a 3-1 lead. And that is back-to-back legs for the Latvian. Opens up a 3-1 lead in this quarter-final. There was a 10-point gap in the averages just a couple of minutes ago in Yanni Avisto's favour. Well, that's not there anymore. Melderis with that opening score of 15. Avisto has jumped all over it with a 140. It was such an impressive return to action for Yanni Avisto in the first weekend of the season, winning that title. I had the pleasure of chatting with Yanni just a couple of weeks ago on my podcast, and I had to ask him the big question, where have you been? Because he's had a long time away from playing darts. Put them down in 2018. Picked them back up again last year. And he said he had a young family at home. He wanted to spend more time with them, and going out playing darts, the commitments that come with that just didn't quite match together. So he wanted to take some time away from the game. Then last year he said that the time felt right for him to come back. Played a few local tournaments back home in Finland. He obviously saw enough there to say, you know what, I'm going to make a return to this tour in 2026. And he looks to be making up for lost time. Currently number 2 on the rankings, currently in a spot for the World Cup currently in a spot for the World Championship, where we have seen him play a couple of times at Ali Pali in the past. Bullseye for Melderis. What would have been a rescue act on that 110 finish after the first start. Straight into the treble three. But Avisto here to get that break back whilst double 14. Goes either side of the double. 2 missed darts for Yanni Avisto. He's not taking his chances here. Wouters Melderis for a third leg on the spin to take a 4-1 lead here. On to double 8. And that double 8 has been very kind to him so far in this match. The hipster moves 4-1 in front, 2 legs away from a place in the semi-finals in a matchup with Daniel Larsson. Seen Wouters play the last couple of PDC World Cups alongside Madars Razma. As things stand after this run today, he is on course to join him again in Frankfurt in the summer. The other quarter-final matchup currently going on the outside boards. Petri Rasmus is 2-1 up on Matthias Johnson. Winner of that, as I mentioned, will play Cord Decker in the semi-final in the top half of the draw. This quarter-final in the bottom half. And Avisto looks well placed here to stop this run of legs from Wouters Melderis, but he knows he's going to need to get a breaker throw to avoid going out in the quarterfinals on consecutive days. 2 more missed darts at the double, but time on his side in this leg. It was missed doubles that were costly for Yanni Avisto in Pro Tour 3 yesterday's matchup with Jonas Gravesen. He finds the double 8 there to get his second leg on the board, but yesterday was 5-2 up on Gravesen. Ended up missing match darts in what looked to be the 8th leg to win it 6-2, and then in the deciding leg as well, missed a bunch of darts to win it. Won't want history to be repeating itself in a quarter-final here. This leg on the Melderis throw, he knows that 2 holds will get him over the line. Another ton for Avisto, keeps him in touch. That's a loose visit from Melderis, goes trebleless. Can Avisto punish? The finisher gets another ton to go in front in the leg. Melderis trebleless again. Avisto, 2 very wayward darts there. From 201 he would have expected to leave a finish, but he's not going to leave one. A look to the heavens there. That visit at 27 coming at just the wrong time. Wouters Mildris looking to step in, but again, comes up dry himself. You feel like this is an important passage of play now. If Mildris can hold at 5-2, he's in a very strong position. If Avisto can break back, we are back on serve at 4-3. Getting a loose one, a raise of the eyebrows from Avisto. Should have been on less than 90 when he comes back. It may only be a dart at the ball depending on the route that he goes for. Well, it's going to be 2 at double 15. And that has got Yanni Avisto right back in this match. And there's the reaction from the Finn. He knows how important that finish was. Just takes a moment to relieve the tension, calm himself down. He has broken back. He's made the perfect start in this leg. If he holds, we are level. Back comes Wouters Mildris with a 140. Closing in on the finish line on this quarter-final. Mildris has the advantage of throw from winning the ball if we go to that last leg decider. We very well could be. Avisto again piling in the trebles. Got the bit between his teeth now. He's won the last 2 legs. Looks to be well on course for a third. And doing to Mildris what Mildris did to him, winning 3 on the... Doesn't get the ball for the 1-2-4. He will come back to clean up 38. Mildris comes back with a big shot himself. To leave 36. Avisto splits, double 16. We have ourselves a level game. 3 legs on the spin for Yanni Avisto. From 3-1 down, or 4-1 down, I should say. He's got this match back level. He is now a best of 3 for a place in the semi-finals of Pro Tour 4. Daniel Larsson awaits the winner. Petri Rasmussen, Matthias Johnson in the other quarter-final. 3-2 to Rasmus. The winner of that to play Kordeka. But are we on course for a matchup between the number 1 and the number 2 seeds today, Kordeka and Yanni Avisto? Very well could be. But this leg looks to be just what Wouters Mildris would have liked. Big lead on throw and a great setup shot there to leave that 36. Didn't get a go at it in the last leg, but he will get a go at it. With Avisto back on 281. 36 for Mildris. Let's go back in front. And he decides to bust his score with Avisto back on 185. It's for a 5-4 lead, and this time he gets it right. Valters Melderis. On the second weekend of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year, he won his first title and he made a final. This is the second weekend of the season. Is he going to try and do that again today? He's one leg away from a place in the semi-finals. Avisto needs to hold and then break in the decider. If he's going to make his second semi-final of the season. Just been informed the next match on the live stream, we are going to see the winner of this one on the stream again go up against Daniel Larsson in the semi-finals. That will be our next match on the live stream. Will it be Yanni Avisto or will it be Valters Melderis? Avisto finds a big treble with the last dart, down to a finish after 9. Whatever Valters Melderis hits here won't get him down to a finish. So you've got short odds on us going to that final leg shootout here. Brilliant setup shot from Yanni, leaves 36. Melderis will be thinking in his head, we're going all the way. Double 18 for 5-5. Now double 14. And there it is. 15 dart hold for Yanni Avisto. Respect from the two players. We are going to that final leg. Valters Melderis won the bull up. He gets to throw first. Will that be decisive in this final leg? An opening salvo of 45 will be music to the ears of Yanni Avisto. Profits it with a 60, but he'd have been hoping for a lot more than that. Valters will feel like that was a let-off. Again, a slack scoring visit from the Latvian. There's the first big treble of the decider, comes in the 12th dart between the two players. Melderis finds one big treble. That advantage of throw has firmly gone now with that 140 from Yanni Avisto. See the reaction from him. He feels like this is his leg now to win. Back comes Valters Melderis though. Feel like his throw's been broken. And he's now chasing. What can he leave from here to put pressure on that 108? Well, it's going to be a lot. In another 2 big treble visit at the back end of the leg from Valters Melderis. He's left himself single to double. This 108 may well have to go. And Yanni Avisto's not going to get a shot at the double. He leaves one, but he's got to rely on Valters Melderis potentially missing 2 match darts here. A slow start to the decider, but the last 6 darts from Valters Melderis has got himself right back in the leg. Now he should get 2 match darts to get over the line. At tops. Does he like the line? Takes a step back, deep breath. He goes in the wrong bed. Shake of the head from Valters Melderis. He's missed 2 match darts at tops. Now it's the turn of Yanni Avisto to pick his pocket, get through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 4. And he does just that. A huge sigh of relief from Yanni Avisto, who's battled back from 4-1 down and come through in a last leg decider. The Pro Tour 2 champion. He won the title on the first Sunday of the season on his comeback. And he's potentially just 2 wins away now from winning on a Sunday again. Yanni Avisto, he's through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 4. We are going to see that semi-final between Yanni Avisto and Daniel Larsson. That will be our next match on the live stream. Here we go then. Semi-final time in Pro Tour 4 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And we've got an exciting matchup here between two 8-time Pro Tour winners in Yanni Havisto and Daniel Larsson. Will one of these players move outright 5th on the most PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles and get their 9th today? Very intriguing matchup, this one. You also look at the race to qualify for the Nordic Darts Masters. 2 spots up for grabs in that one. Still a few more events before the cut-off, but as things stand, Andreas Harrison and Daniel Larsson occupy those 2 spots. If Yanni Havisto were to win this match and win the title, he would move above Daniel Larsson into that 2nd spot provisionally for what would be a World Series debut. I'm sure Daniel Larsson will have something to say about that. We just saw him on the live stream come through the quarterfinals with Darius Labanauskas in a last leg decider. That's exactly what Yanni Havisto had to do to get past Valters Melderis in his quarterfinal. So both these 2 players battle hardened after their quarterfinal. Havisto not going to threaten the 1-4-2 here. Larsson wants 64 to hold his throw in the opener. Another one of those when he goes for 8 to leave tops. Goes high. Havisto from 1-4-2 could only score 30 to leave 1-1-2. But he is going to get a dart at it at tops. His dart goes the same way that Larsson's did for that target a moment ago. Larsson strikes first. Holds in 7 visits, and you'd be surprised if there were many legs that go that far in this match. These two of the top performers on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, particularly with the averages as well. We've seen Daniel Larsson produce some big numbers over the years. We talk about him being one of the big scorers on the tour. Had a 99 average earlier today to beat Teemu Harju 6 legs to 1. You expect to see some big numbers being thrown. We've also come to expect the same from Yanni Havisto, the man on your screen right now. A few mid-90 averages in the first weekend of the season, including in the final of Pro Tour 2, average 95 in his 6-4 win against Oskar Lukasiak. We got him back in the winner's circle after a 12-year gap between titles. Havisto fires in a maximum, puts himself firmly in control in this 2nd leg on throw. Larsson comes back with a 140, but maybe academic. Havisto wants double 16. He has missed 2 darts to level. Larsson is going to get a chance at tops for a 2-0 lead. Last time he went high with the 1 dart at it. This time he goes low. Havisto doesn't make the same mistake this time. Pins the double 16, and we have ourselves a level game after 2 legs. Mentioned the long gap between titles for Yanni Avisto. First 7 titles that he won on this tour, all coming within a 3-year period from 2012 to 2014. And on his first weekend back on the tour in 8 years, won his 8th title of the season, winning that Pro Tour 2 just under a couple of months ago now. As for Daniel Larsson, he got his title tally going with a title in 2016. A couple more followed 2 years later in 2018. Then from 2020 to 2023, picked up a title each year. Didn't win one in 2024. He got back in the winner's circle with a victory last year against his fellow Swede Edwin Torbjörnsson in the final of Pro Tour 9 out in Slangerup in Denmark. The other semi-final currently warming up. In the top half of the draw, it will be Cord Decker, the number 1 seed, going up against Petri Rasmus, who is enjoying his best run to date on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, getting through to this semi-final. Sure, he'd love to go even further today, get through to that final, and take on one of these two for that title. This third leg is in the balance. Daniel Larsson not going to get down to a double. And Yanni Avisto has got a chance here to get the first break of this semi-final. The shot's still on after that loose first dart. Just checks with the marker where it's landed. He doesn't rescue the visit. Larsson to go back in front, wants tops. Pins tops again. It is another 7 visit holder throw. I did say I didn't think I'd see many of these legs in this semi-final, but 2 legs on throw for Daniel Larsson. They've both been won. 19 and 20 darts. Yanni Avisto has been a little quicker to the finish line so far on his throw. A 16 darter in the second leg, and kicking off his next leg on throw with a maximum. Suggests this leg could be over pretty quickly as well. Back comes Larsson with a 2 treble visit. The action will continue on the PDC Nordic and Baltic YouTube channel with the qualifier for ET5, the European Darts Grand Prix. That will be taking place later on today. Be a live stream of some of the matches. All the matches will be on Dartsconnect as well. And then some bonus action for you tomorrow on Monday. The qualifier for the Austrian Darts Open, ET6. So plenty of darts to enjoy for the rest of your weekend and into the start of next week, as Yanni Avisto misses the double 10 for a 140 finish. He will come back in a moment to tidy things up, and we can pin this double 5 first start. It will be another 16 dart holder throw. Gonna have to use an extra 2 darts here. Well, he's bust his score. Misses the big single 1. Daniel Larsson not quite firing on all cylinders just yet, because once again he'll need a 7th visit if he is to win this leg. Visto opts to split. Double 4. And plan B doesn't work either for the Finn. Larson to break the throw. One dart at double 16. One dart missed. And this now the longest leg of this semi-final. Visto gets there eventually. 23 darts to hold his throw. Both players averaging in the high 70s. You'd expect those numbers to rise quite dramatically. There must be some pressure on this game. Both players know the importance of it in terms of the World Championship race. The top 2 players at the end of the season on the Nordic and Baltic rankings will qualify for the World Championship, and as things stand, Yanni Avisto in that second spot, Daniel Larsson at number 5. If he can win the title today, he would go level on prize money with Yanni Avisto for that second spot. So Larsson knows it's an important match to try and reel him in, get closer to that top 2. And Yanni, if you can beat the players that are in close contention behind you, it's only going to help your cause in getting back to Ali Pali. Loose last start for Larsson, but he is down to a finish first in this leg. Visto trying to find his way through. Doesn't quite manage to do so. It's Larsson with at least 2 visits. So mop up this 139. Not the easiest finish on the board, but he's put a dent in it. He will come back, looking at single to double to go back in front, and this time do it in 6 visits rather than 7. Big 12 for tops. Two missed at the double for Daniel Larsson. Yanni Avisto not gonna give the 160 a good go there. Larsson double 10 to edge back in front, keep this match on throw. Three more darts missed by the Swede. And Avisto will be kicking himself that he's not coming back to the board on something less than 116. Wasn't a great setup shot from 160. Doesn't get down to a double. Both players seem to be embroiled here in a real battle. Daniel Larsson, the misses just keep coming for him in this leg. 7 darts missed. Hands in the pockets. Larsson has thrown this leg away. And Yanni Avisto steps in and raise of the hands. He knows he was fortunate to get that leg. 7 darts missed for Daniel Larsson at the double before Yanni Avisto got his chance and took it. And we have our first breaker throw in this semi-final. It goes to the Pro Tour 2 champion, Yanni Avisto. Neither player playing anywhere near their top level here. When you're involved in a game like this in a semi-final, you know there's more levels you can produce. It's about pulling it out of the locker as quickly as you can, keeping close order, not getting too far behind, and hoping that before it's too late you can get through the gears and produce more what you're expected to do on that board. We saw it earlier on, didn't we, with Johan Engstrom, the sweet ferret, producing 3 big legs to get over the line. His matchup with Bent Lambertson that was locked at 3 legs apiece in the last 32. Johan Engstrom, he went 14, 11 and 13 to get over the line. You'd imagine that something similar here would be enough for either of these 2 players to get through to the final of today's Pro Tour. Larson gets himself down to a finish, but this is the shot 82 that Hvisto hit to win that Pro Tour 2 title. Double 11. Goes outside. It was a different route to the way he took it out against Oscar Lukasiak in that final. That first start was a real blocker for Daniel Larsson. Some players may have considered going ball from 100 left with 2 darts with that treble bed blocked. Hvisto wants 2 11s. And that has put Yanni Hvisto in firm control in this semi-final. These 3 legs on the spin for the former World Cup semi-finalist. 2 legs away from a place in the second final of the season. Potential matchup with the number 1 on the rankings, Cord Decker, who's currently 2-0 up in the other semi-final against Petri Rasmus. We said earlier on today, are we on track for a number 1 versus number 2 in the final? As things stand, that could be what we get to close out the Pro Tour action this weekend in Riga. Hvisto making his move on the Larsson throw again here. Got at least 6 darts from 187. And this is much more like it. 87 left after 9 darts. This would be the best leg of the match by far if he can take it out in these next 2 or 3 darts. May well do it in 2, double 18. Now double 9. Gets it, 12 dart breaker throw for Yanni Hvisto. Moves 1 leg away from a place in the final. The man who returned to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last month after an 8-year layoff. And you see there, Daniel Larsson thought he was thrown first. No, your throw has been broken there, Daniel. The player's just having a word there. I don't think there was any form of gamesmanship there from Daniel. I just think he thought it was his throw, but no, it is Yanni Hvisto to kick off this 8th leg. He has won the last 4 in a row to put himself on the cusp of a place in the final. And a second final in just 3 Pro Tour events. Continue his march towards the World Championship. When I spoke with Yanni a couple of weeks ago on my podcast, we mentioned about his previous 2 appearances at the PDC World Championship. You may remember his debut where he went up against his World Cup partner, Jarkko Komula, in the prelim round, and then gave Gary Anderson a real scare in that first round, losing out by 3-1. You may remember that match. Yanni had the Union Jack flights on his darts, and I asked him, have you got any roots in the UK, any long lost family members that are from the UK? And he said, no, I just didn't have any spare flights with me in my luggage, so I had to go out and buy a set to use. That was the reason behind it. So I don't think we've seen Yanni using the Union Jack flight since then. Daniel Larsson, who thought he was thrown first in this leg. This is a much better leg from the Swede against the throw. He finds the double 18. He's broken Yanni there, and now he can throw first in this leg. Just checks. The equation was break, hold, if he is going to win this match. He's got the first of those breaks with his best leg of the match in 14 darts. Now needs to hold his serve, keep the match going. Give Yanni Avisto something to think about. The other semi-final on the outside boards, Kordeka 3-0 up on Petri Rasmus. Just taken out 82 to go 4-0 up, a double breaker throw for the Sheriff. He's now just 2 legs away from a place in today's final. Larsson finds 1 treble there. Isto comes up dry. Larsson with the advantage of throw, looking to make the most of it. He piles in a 140 down to a finish after 12 darts. In this battle of the 8-time Pro Tour champions, are we going to be going all the way? Larsson not going to take the 144, but he is going to leave himself very well placed indeed. Those 2 big trebles at the bottom of the board, getting him down to double 8. This could be back-to-back legs for Daniel Larsson. To close to within 1 leg of the number 2 seed. Finds the double 8. And now it's back to Yanni Avisto on throw to get this semi-final won. Otherwise, we are going to go all the way to that final leg shootout. Important last dart in the treble for Avisto. He won't want to go to that last leg, that's for sure, and not have the advantage of throw. Larsson with a bounce out at the wrong time. How costly could those points on the floor be for Larsson? Isto again, last start, rescuing the visit. 1 big score can get Daniel Larsson right in this leg. And that could be it, a 140 for Larsson. Edges himself in front in this 10th leg. 1 treble visit again for Avisto. Larsson can't afford to go trebleless, and he has. Yanni Avisto again, last dart finding that treble. And hugely important in this deciding leg. It's got him down to a finish first. Daniel Larsson sprays the last dart into the 5. It's down to a finish as well. There's just 1 point between them in this leg. Visto will settle for that single to double unless Daniel Larsson can pull out the 151. Not going to go. Going to have to rely on Yanni Avisto missing match starts here. This to get through to the final. Double 16. And Yanni Avisto is through to the final of Pro Tour 4. It's a real battle at the start of the match. Both players got embroiled. Didn't find their best stuff, but towards the end of the game, we saw some quality. We saw a 12 dart leg from Yanni Avisto. We saw a 14 darter in reply from Daniel Larsson as he looked to fight back from 5-2. He got it back to 5-4. But Yanni Avisto on throw, getting himself over the line. A 6-4 winner for the Pro Tour 2 champion. He marks his first weekend with a title on his comeback year. Is he going to mark his second weekend with another title? He's through to the final. We will have that final for you on this live stream coming up very soon. It will be Yanni Avisto, the number 2 seed. Who is he going to play? Kordecker, 5-0 up on Petri Rasmus. He's got 88 left. It looks like it is going to be a battle of the number 1 and the number 2. And we'll be back to bring you that final very soon.
played two levels on the highest in Italy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's obvious.
Yeah, but like on basketball, darts is the same, you know?
Same thing.
Yeah. The only thing is, you know, darts is one guy's sport. And basketball is all team sports. You know?
Yeah.
I'd rather would like play this, you know. It's
Yeah.
all on
It's
me.
all about the.
Yeah.
It's true.
And darts.
Yeah.
But that's
It's final time here in Riga, the Pro Tour 4 final. And what a matchup we've got in prospect to decide the champion today. The number 1 seed, Cordeka, against the number 2 seed, Yanni Avisto, who is going to become the first player to win multiple titles on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. We're going to find that out in the next 15 or 20 minutes as these two battle it out for the Pro Tour 4 final. I'm Alex Moss, delighted to be in your company once again. Let's settle in and enjoy the darts and what should be a great final between these two players. Cordeka, on the first weekend of the season, won the Pro Tour 1 title, took out 160 in the decider to beat Andreas Harrison, and that was his first title in 8 years. First Norwegian to win more than one title on this tour. And then the following day, Yanni Avisto, on his first weekend back playing on this tour in 8 years, won his first title in 12 years. Defeated Oscar Lekasiak 6-4 in that final to win his 8th career title. Yesterday in Pro Tour 3, Cordeka would have been a big favourite in the final, where he lost out to the debutant Jonas Solensen of Denmark 6-1 and had a real horror show on the doubles. He's put that disappointment behind him. He's got himself back into another final today. 3 finals in 4 events for the Sheriff. And he'll want to sign off the Pro Tour weekend with that second title here. Treble 20, double 18, and that dart some way off. You see the exasperation on the face of Decker. His throw is under threat in this opening leg. Visto wants double 8. It's a dart missed to break in the opening leg. Decker wants his favourite double 18. He takes the opening leg of this final. First blood to the number 1 seed at the start of this Pro Tour weekend. These two were the top 2 in the rankings. There was just €300 between them after Pro Tour 3 yesterday and Course run to the final. That gap extended to €800. The outcome of this final will make a difference at the top of the rankings. Core can get the better of Yanni. He will open up a €1,300 lead at the top. If Yanni can win, he will close that gap back to 300, heading into the 3rd weekend of the season in Finland at the end of April. The top 2 players on the rankings will qualify for the PDC World Championship. Both players have got a decent lead on the rest of the field after 2 weekends. Perhaps more pressingly for Yanni Havisto is that race to qualify for the Nordic Darts Masters, the World Series event in Denmark. If Yanni were to win this final, it would put him up to 2nd in that race. It would see him go above Daniel Larsson into number 2 and in a provisional spot for the World Series with just 4 events left to play before the cut-off. Then the early exchanges here looks to be Decker making the charge. He's left 2-digit number after 12 darts. Navisto has not put a serious dent from 194. Decker, does he go for the 14s? He does. Double 11 for a 2-0 lead. Goes outside, but barring a big shot here from Yanni Avisto, which isn't going to go. Called Decker. He's going to come back with 3 more darts in hand. Now, does he go straight for that double 11 or does he split it? Goes straight for it, and now he's got to burn a dart. And he's hit the double. That is the problem. When you split the 11, you've got to hit the big single. And he's hit a double, doesn't get another dart. But Yanni Avisto, the last 6 darts here from 194. He's only scored 72. Got to hope that he can find a treble 18 for a shot at the ball. And that would have been a real lifesaver for Havisto. Does Decker go straight for it again? He does. And this time he makes the adjustment. Cord Decker has a 2-0 lead in this final. It's not quite the high quality start we expected in this final. Both players averaging in the high 70s, but Decker is the one that's taken his chances in the end. Avisto has had a dart in each of the 2 legs. That's about it. Does Cord Decker sense that if he can put his foot down here, this final could be won very quickly. He's got that breaker throw. Now the impetus is with Havisto. Got to find some quality here to get himself back in the final. He's a player that has won multiple titles on the tour in previous seasons. You go back to his first run on the tour. It was known as the Scandinavian Darts Corporation in the very first year. Yanni won 2 of the titles. He won 3 the following year, 2 in 2014. And as I mentioned, ended that long break between titles just last month here in Riga, winning Pro Tour 2. As for Kordeka, 2 titles to his name, the first of them back in 2018. And he doubled his tally on the last weekend, winning the first event of the season. And he's in a strong position here to add a 3rd title to his CV. Current PDC Tour card holder. He's left himself double 10. That dart looked to be in the treble 5. Not a big loss of points, but just adds to the woes for Yanni Avisto that things aren't going his way in this final. And that is a 3rd leg in a row for Kordeka. It's a 3-0 lead for the number 1 against the number 2. And you feel this is a must-win leg for the Finn here. If he drops his throw again, 4-0, Decker would be throwing first in the 5th leg for 5-0. And there's an awful long way to come back in a race to 6 as well. Both players kicking the leg off with a 140. Decker will sense that if he can take this leg, that could be it. Most of the work could be done here and now, and again, back in that treble. Piling in. Another big score. It is a maximum for the Sheriff. Pushes his average up into the 90s, and that's pretty much where he's been for the duration of today in Pro Tour 4. We saw his first game of the tournament. Posted that 99.69 average against Jonas Maslin in that 6-2 win. Since then, 94, 94, 93 averages. Much more like the Kordeka we expect to see yesterday in his run to the final. And averages ranging from 80 to 88. He's managed to push that level up today. He's got him within 3 legs of the title here. Avisto needs a 1-2-4 to get going. Treble 18 would have left the ball. Leaves tops. Raise of the eyebrows for Avisto. Will you get a go at that tops? Decker wants double 16. Double 8 for a 4-0 lead. And that is a 4-0 lead for Kordeka. Yesterday we saw in the final against Jonas Sorensen, those chances weren't going for Kordeka. He was missing double after double. 10 darts in the 4th leg. That was the big one. But the next few legs missing darts at a double again. He was 1 out of 16 on the doubles in yesterday's final. But today he's been much more clinical. He is just now 2 legs away from picking up a 2nd title of the season, the 3rd in his career. Making another push towards qualifying for the World Championship. Did that last year via the Pro Tour rankings on his first year on the PDC Tour. He is currently in the spots on the Pro Tour. Yanni Avisto was one of the first players from the Nordic and Baltic region to go to Q School and get a tour card. And about 12, 13 years ago now, we saw him win that tour card. Gave it back after a year due to finances of the tour and not being able to afford to play in all the events. He has said never say never. There may be a comeback in terms of the PDC one day. But right now, he's certainly enjoying the challenge of playing on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour again. Got himself firmly in contention for the World Championship. Also the World Cup of Darts and the World Series event in Denmark. We may well be seeing a lot of Yanni Avisto on the stages again this year. Did see him back on the Euro Tour a few weeks ago after winning one of the qualifiers here in Riga. Can he find a treble? Let's get a shot at the ball. So this could be the start of a comeback here for Avisto. Maybe one dart at tops. And that is the start of the comeback for Yanni Avisto. He's got one of those breaks that he needed. Decker was sat ready and waiting on his favourite double 18 for a 5-0 lead. Avisto had just the one dart at tops. He took it. He's off the mark in this final. Still a lot of work to do, and trebleless visits like that, you'd expect Core Decker to punish. It's not quite found the level that he's produced during this tournament, where he's averaged in the mid to high 90s throughout, currently averaging 84. But it's been more than enough so far for him to establish a commanding lead in this final. Decker goes trebleless again. Avisto needs to get something going here. That's 68 in the last leg. He's got his first chalk on the board, but if he were to be broken here, well, all that good work would be undone. Core Decker would be 5-1 up and throwing for the title. Decker finally finds a treble in this leg. Avisto. No big trebles there. Again, Decker doesn't punish. No big trebles again from Avisto, but he is down to a finish first in this leg. Now that is the perfect first start for Core Decker. Doesn't follow it with the second or the third. May have considered going for the ball with the last dart to try and guarantee a finish. 25 would have left him the 167. And that's just given Yanni Avisto a little bit of breathing space in this leg. That 140 getting him down to a double. Decker not getting a go at a checkout. He's down to one now though. So this has got to go for Yanni to keep the wheels going on this comeback double 6. Can't find double 3. And that is a beauty from Core Decker, double 18. Well, it's his turn to miss on the doubles. He's not been doing that in this final very often. Anytime he's had a visit with a double, by the end of it, that leg has been won, but this time doesn't take the chance. Avisto, he did decide to split with the second dart, but he's hit the double 17. Decker splitting as well. Double eight. It's a 5-1 lead for Decker. The leg that he didn't really look to be in. He was given a second bite of the cherry. Visto fluffing his lines on the double. See a shake of the head from Visto in the background. That may well be where the final is won and lost in the end, because 4-2 would have been back-to-back legs for Visto. 5-1. Decker is on the hill. He's one leg away from the title. He's going to get 5 goes at it to try and close it out. 3 of them will be on his throw, including this leg. At 140. It's giving him the advantage. Visto hanging on in there. Ton for Decker. Closing in on the title. Visto needs 2 big trebles here to leave the 170. Can only find one of them. Look to the heavens again from Yanni. There's not a lot of room for error now. And he may have to rely on Decker missing some match darts here, because that is another 140, the second of the leg. The Sheriff could be 2 darts away from the title. Visto gets down to a finish. But this is all about Decker now. Got 46 left. 1 dart at double 16. And that is the second title of the season for Decker. In a battle of the top 2 players on the rankings on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, it is the number 1 who has come out on top. Decker. He was beaten 6-1 in the final of Pro Tour 3 by the newcomer Jonas Sorensen yesterday. But he's avenged that defeat today. He's beaten the number 2 seed Yanni Visto by 6 legs to 1. A 3rd career title on the tour for the Norwegian. And he extends his lead at the top of the rankings after 2 weekends of Pro Tour action. He now leads the top by €1,300. And that is it for our Pro Tour coverage this weekend. We hope you've enjoyed watching the action over the last couple of days. We are going to continue with the European Tour qualifiers on this stream and on Dartsconnect. ET5 coming up later on today, and then ET6 tomorrow. So continue to enjoy the coverage. I will be back for the next weekend of Pro Tour action, Pro Tours 5 and 6 in Finland. That will be held from the 24th to the 26th of April. All the coverage again on the PDC Nordic and Baltic YouTube channel. Until then, I'll see you very soon.